Hello,
Hi, good Savita.
morning, Sachi.
Okay, so I guess the participants will be joining in next 5 minutes.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Hi, Savita. Savita, are you there?
Yeah, Sachi. Let me ask.
Actually, we're expecting two more participants to join. So, can we just wait for 4 more minutes? After that, like in next 4 minutes, we can start with the session. If they are not joining, they'll join in later then.
Okay, sure, no worries.
Thank you. Hi team. Good morning. I hope I'm audible to all.
Yeah, you're audible to us. I think for me, for others, I'm not sure.
Okay. Others, can you please respond? Okay, so team, firstly, I'd like to just introduce myself. Myself Sachi Kashyap, and I'll be moderating this 3 days automation testing session for you all. So, in case other than the technical knowledge, if you're having any uh, concerns or any help you need, you can ping me here in the chat box. And secondly, there was one request from each one of you. If I'll request all of you to please keep your videos on, your cameras on during this session. And Hamza, I guess your video is not yet connected. For the others, I can see. Can we have the cameras on, team? Okay, Hamza. I hope you can get it fixed by tomorrow, if possible. And I hope, Hamza, for you, your audio is working, right? Okay. So, others, can we please have the cameras on? No problem, Serlina. I hope you also can get it fixed by tomorrow. All right. So I would just request everyone by tomorrow if you can just try and uh, get your things fixed, because it will be really helpful for the trainer also to have a one-on-one communication. If your cameras are on, it will help communication to be better, and the session to enhance and help you guys in a better way. So I guess, Savita, we are having almost everyone here. One of the candidates is yet to join, so I'll just check with him. And meanwhile, we can start. And I guess we are good to start with the session now. Over to you, Savita. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, guys. Pardon the
Morning.
snoring.
Good
My
morning.
husband is still
morning.
sleeping. If you can hear him. Okay. Yeah. So good morning. And Raja, you're sitting in a way where, there's a lot of light. If you can, shift a little. Yeah, it's better. So we'll start with introductions. Okay. At least I get to know what type of knowledge you already have on Java. Who will start it with? Sorry. Okay, I'll start myself. I'm Savita. I have almost 15 years of experience into IT, and I have core Java experience of nearly uh, 10 to 15 years. Also, I've been training from a very long time. Okay. And I worked on various automation tools. So I come with an experience of both development as well as testing background. Okay. Would like to start next?
I can.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So hi, I'm Adiba. So for Java, I just familiar for quite for some years, and then for automation testing, I have been doing that for my internship. So we can say that some brief knowledge about the automation testing.
And which tool in automation testing?
I use robot framework
Robot framework. Okay.
and Selenium to
Yeah.
automate the testing.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Anyone else? Next.
Yeah, morning. I'm Rajaruban here. So I have a bit experience in Java. Like I've been in from the development world and got a little bit experience in that, and then I have a little bit experience in testing.
Mhm.
So and yeah, so today is giving me a very good opportunity to learn more about this.
Okay.
That's always.
Yeah. And when you say bit, how many years of experience do you have with Java? See, it will help me understand, what type of
Okay.
questions I should prepare for you guys to practice and appear in interviews and to face interviews, right? So I would just like to know number of years that you have. Say if it is 2, then the level changes. If it is 4, the level changes. If it's 7 or 8, the level changes, right? Yeah. Yeah.
More to rookie level, so it's less than 1 year because mostly I deal with the JavaScript framework, right?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, so right now it's like I got about 2 to 3 months experience
Okay.
on
Okay.
yeah.
And Nadiba, how about you? How many years in total?
For Java, I would say 2 years.
2 years. Okay.
And automation testing is just less than a year for my internship.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Anyone else? Next.
Can I go next?
Yeah, please.
Okay, hi everyone. Good morning. My name is Hamza bin Purwaji. You can call me Hamza. I have at most 2 years of experience with Java, and in terms of testing, I have experiences in manual testing, but in terms of automation, I have not done any actually. So my knowledge in automation testing is actually very limited. That's all from me.
Okay.
Hi, can I go next?
Yeah, please.
So hi, my name is Shakira. I have zero knowledge of Java and for automation as well. And I only have experience in manual testing for about 3 to 4 months. That's all for me.
Okay. So you're a fresher.
Sorry?
So you are a fresher, right?
For this field,
Yeah,
yes.
for this one, yes. Okay. Anyone else?
Hi, can I go next?
Yeah, please.
Hi, my name is Muhammad Akil, and you can call me Akil. So for Java, I would say that I have experience in Java less than 1 year.
Mm-hmm.
And for the testing automation, I have less than 1 year as well. But I was able to gain experience for my past job, which is for the banking scenario. So I have a little bit experience in Tosca tools and a little bit of Selenium. So that's
Okay.
for me. Thank you.
I think who's spending now?
Yeah, can I go next? I'm
Yes.
Selena. Yeah. So hello everyone, I'm Selena. So for the experience for testing and also Java, I have an experience while I was doing my bachelor's degree. So it was around I've experienced in by using Selenium WebDriver when I was doing the assignments for my courses. So my experience in Java is really a beginner level. I would say around 2 to 3 months, I guess, when I was involved in that particular task. And for the testing also, is a very beginner level of experience as well. Yeah,
Okay.
as I am a freshest. Thank you.
Next.
Yeah, I think last one. Hi everyone, my name's Alika. I have about maybe 2 years of experience with Java, just from uni. In terms of testing, yeah, just manual testing, and not very familiar with automation testing now. Yeah, so that's me. Thank you.
Yeah. Anyone else left? Paran, you're left, right? Paran, can you hear us? Okay, I think he can't hear us. Okay, so I see this is a combination of freshers as well as people with experience. Now, people with experience, I know if I go slow, it might be like, she's repeating everything. And people with non-experience, if I go fast, you will skip most of the things. Okay. And as you know, we have got like only 3 days. Okay. Try to be as attentive as possible. Okay. I'll try to go as slow I can to cover up the syllabus for us. Okay. And assignments I'll give you for the last half an hour. Is that okay with you? Or do you want assignment modes? How is it? You have to speak up. I cannot be talking to, not talking to anybody. So yeah, you have to speak up, make it more interactive. Otherwise, I will never understand what is the thing that you want from me, right? Yeah. So how do you want it? You want more theory? You want more assignments? You want to practice it more? How is it? Because I know few of you do not have coding skills at all. Few might have practiced it, but how far have you practiced? I'm not sure about it. So it's up to you. You tell me, how do you want it? You want to understand theory and then take the assignment and want me to review it tomorrow so you can invest your own time?
So for my opinion, I would say that I will take both of them. So theories and the practical as well. So that's for
Yeah,
me.
practical I'll give you. I have many questions prepared, Akil. I am ready for it, okay?
Okay.
Point is, are you guys ready? Because Java is a vast syllabus, right? And yeah, I can cover most of it, but I know for few of the people, I have to start with the basics. Yes? And a little bit of automation testing, because if I directly jump you into making a project of automation, half of you will go blank, right? Yes? So if I tell you go create a Java Maven project and start with it, it's going to be blunder for most of you. Yes? Okay. I hope everybody has at least Eclipse installed in their system. You have it?
Yes, yes.
Then I have a PPT for you. I'll start with that and I will take you to each and every topic. If you have any questions, you let me know. Okay? Just give me a moment. Let me share my screen. Can you see my screen?
Yeah, I can see.
Okay. So this I'll take very fast. Okay, we'll go with the concepts quickly. Okay, by the end of the session, you will be able to understand core Java and its features, implement all the OOPS concept, understand the concept of strings, arrays, and collections, perform multi-threading, file handling, and exception handling in Java. Okay, now let's go into it. Java overview. Now, as you know, it's a programming language, a computing platform for developing application software that can run on any device. It is used in a wide variety of platforms from game consoles, laptops, and cell phones to data centers, enterprise servers, and scientific supercomputers. Okay. Now, there are the reasons why programmers should use Java. Works on object-oriented programming concepts. How many of you are familiar with OOPS? 2 or 3, I believe, right? Yes, you are there, and I think Raja is aware, and then Hamza is aware, right? Rest all you're not aware of the OOPS concept, okay? So there is a concept of OOPS, and that's the reason why Java was very famous, okay? It was not available mostly in your C or C that was available before, okay? So object-oriented programming is one concept which makes Java robust and secure, okay? Another one is platform independent. How many of you know why Java is called a platform independent? Do you know the reason for its being called platform independent? Hamza? Raja? Alika?
I think it's platform agnostic, whether it's web, it's web development, mobile development, or desktop applications. Not sure exactly.
What do you mean by platform independent? Hamza, Alika? Anything?
I think it's because when you compile the code, yeah, it's only compiled. Let's say you run it on Windows, only compiled for and run for Windows, and then for other platforms as well. It's only compiled for that specific platform, right?
So it's basically you can compile the same piece of code that you have written for Windows on your Mac as well as on your Linux or Unix systems also, correct? That's why it's called as platform independent. And what is the reason of being platform independent? Have you thought about it? Have you compiled a Java class before? Yes?
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
So when you compile a Java class, which has a .java extension, right?
Yeah.
After compilation, there's already also one more file that is generated. What is that file called as? With what extension?
Dot,
Hmm?
Java. I don't remember.
No? Okay. So basically, let me explain for those who do not have any knowledge. When you write any piece of code in Java, right? Generally, you save a file. Yes? Any sort of file. If it is in your notepad, you save it as a .txt extension, correct? Agreed? Yes?
Yeah.
Give me 1 second. Huh? Yeah. So basically, you save it with .txt extension. Now, when you have an Excel sheet, you either save it with an XLS extension or you save it with an extension, right? Correct? Same way, when you write a Java file, your Java file is stored with an extension known as .java. Okay? Can you see Eclipse or you can only see is my this thing presentation? Can you see Eclipse?
No, I'm just seeing the PowerPoint.
That's what I thought. Wait. But I shared my entire system. Now can you see Eclipse?
Yeah, I can see.
See,
Mm.
see on the screen, you'll find is this piece of code written, and any project that we create, right? If you have okay, leave it, I'll create a new one. Let's create for now a simple Java project, okay? You see, one default file that it has created is module info.java. Okay. You want it, you can keep it. If you don't want it, you can skip it. Okay. You can delete it. Now I want to create a new class. Okay. When you create a program in Java, it is called as a class. Okay. Now let me create a new class. Let me say day one, code one. Okay. I'll just name it for now. I'm not doing anything else. I'll just remove these all and just creating a normal. Okay. Just creating a normal class. Now you see, when I just created a normal class, what is it saying? .java. Yes. Though it is giving an error, but you see the extension .java. No, yes. No, Savita. Yes, Savita.
No.
No, you can see it. Do you want me to make it a little, what do you call it? The font a big, but see, it's a dot .java. Now, for example, if you have it over here and I write some statement inside it, I'm not sure why it is giving an error. Let me see it first. What is it saying? Default package. Okay. Wait, let me create a package and then let me put it inside it. Okay, now it's not showing us any error, right? Now let me run it. Run it as a Java application. Okay, you see on the console, you can see hello printed. Yes?
Yes.
Okay, let me show you here properties. Where is it? Let's go to this package. Where is it lying? Okay, so generally what happens is when you have this type of code, you'll see that for this day one code one.java in your Windows, you can find it. Okay, I'm not sure where to look it on the Mac, but you will see for this file, there's another file with the same name, but extension is .class. After compiling the test case, after compiling the code. Okay, now this .class file, if you look into it, it will have everything which you cannot understand. Okay, and that's called your bytecode. Okay, this bytecode is the reason that Java is known as an independent uh, platform independent language. Getting it? Okay, so this bytecode that is generated, you'll always find it. Okay, I'm not really very sure where I can find out in this one in the finders, but if it is possible, I'll show you tomorrow after looking for it. Okay, I really don't want to invest this time on looking for it on the call. Okay, so you will find this dot class, and that dot class, if you open the document, you will find it having all different type of symbols, and those are called your bytecode. And that bytecode of yours generally makes your program platform independent. Okay. Now, can you see the PPT or the Eclipse only? How is it?
Yeah, we can see the PowerPoint.
Okay. Now, Java provides a strong networking infrastructure for server-side computing, comprises well-defined libraries modified from the existing C libraries. Okay, now let's move on. Features of Java. Features of Java, it is object-oriented, platform-independent, architecture-neutral and portable, interpretable. Guys, please don't turn off your cameras. If you turn off your cameras, I'll never be able to understand whether you're able to relate or not. And I'll give you a break, don't worry. Okay, fine. There are some features that make Java easy to understand. One is object-oriented, second is platform-independent, third is architect-neutral and portable, and fourth is interpretable. Okay? Now, fundamental components of Java. There are three components in Java. One is your Java development kit, second is your Java runtime environment, and third is your Java virtual machine. You guys would have installed JDK on your system?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. So anybody went inside and looked into JDK, what does it have? The folder structure, I meant. It will have a JRE, right? The version. Okay. So your Java development kit, the JDK that you download, will have your JRE as well as your Java virtual machine inside it. Okay. And that total makes it a Java development kit for you, which is also given to you by Oracle, right? So if you see, you will have a Java virtual machine in it and you will have a Java runtime environment in it. Okay. Now, JDK contains JRE and development tool necessary to compile, document, and package Java programs. If you would have opened and seen it, you'll find all the packages that are there. Now, Java runtime environment. JR is a runtime environment in which Java bytecode is executed. It contains all the class libraries and other files that JVM uses at runtime. Okay, so if you open this one, right, if you open your JRE, you'll find it will have all the files in the format of dot class. When they say bytecode, what does it mean? Which file you'll find? Dot class extension files. Okay. Now, moving on. Java Virtual Machine. JVM is an abstract machine. It is a specification that provides runtime environment in which Java bytecode can be executed. Unlike other languages, Java executables are executed on a CPU that does not exist. So JDK provides your Java virtual machine on which you can run your programs. Okay. Now, core elements. Now, there are 4 core elements in Java, which we include class, object, variable, and method. Anybody who can help me with this? What is a variable? What is a method? What is an object? What is a class? Guys?
Class is a blueprint for any objects.
Mm-hmm.
An object is an instance of class, if I'm not mistaken.
Mm-hmm.
Method is it's a function that we create with parameters or without parameters
Mm-hmm.
within a class. And a variable is it's unit that we can store a value.
Mm-hmm.
It's different data types, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anyone else? Anyone else would like to give it a try other than this?
I think he explains it enough.
Okay. But can you tell me, can you give me one example of class that you can create, Adiba? If I
Uh, Okay. For me to create a class, I just maybe to create a class, I think you can just create some kind of hello world class. I, I'm not sure, but for my experience or for my POV to create a class, you just create, and then if I want to create a class, for example, maybe a hello world class, I think,
Okay.
and then the objects,
Mm-hmm.
uh the objects, I'm not sure about the objects. I kind of forgot about that, but the variables, you know, the one that we call, for instance, for the data inside the, to call the data, and it can be varied through the data types,
Mm-hmm.
and then the methods, the functions that we created to make the coding more efficient.
Okay.
uh, I think that's what I can say about that.
Okay.
Okay.
Somebody else who can tell me an example of class? Hamza?
Okay. Hi. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah. Okay. In terms of classes, I'd say it depends on what type of what type of structures you are doing. Like, let's say if you are doing OOP classes, then you would have like super classes and parent and child relationship classes. So it really depends on the types of things that you're doing. So in terms of OOP, you would have the super class, which acts like a structure, so that other classes, like let's say the child classes, can inherit the characters from the parent class.
Okay.
So next, in terms of object, yes, again, that is also inherited from the parent class. So let's say you have a class car. So you can instantiate the class car in different classes. For example, we have a BMW child class. So it extends from the parent class car in order to inherit the characteristic. For example, maybe the car color, or maybe the structure, type of car, sedan, etc. Yeah. That's from what I understand in terms of classes and objects.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay, let me give you an example. Think on these lines and let me know how you will do this work. Okay, just a simple example. I provide you enough money to construct a house. Okay. Each one of you, I give enough money to construct a house. What are you going to do first? You have places and everything decided, okay? Yeah, I give you a society, I give you a place enough where you can construct your own house. What will you do first?
We'll create the base first.
What will you create?
Base.
Base?
Yeah, the concrete, the cement. Wait.
You'll not plan it first, Adiba?
Oh
Where
yeah,
you're going
okay.
to go? You'll plan it,
I,
right?
yeah,
Of course. Each one of
yeah,
you will first come up with a plan, right?
yeah,
Where do
yeah.
you want your dining hall to go? Where do you want your drawing room to go? Where do you want your bedroom to go? Correct?
Yes.
What is it called in English? Blueprint?
Yeah, I would say prototype. Oh no, blueprint.
It's called a blueprint, right?
Yes.
So you know what a blueprint is now? Some sort of structure? Yes?
Yes.
Yes. See,
Yes.
anything, whenever you create a class, whatever you spoke about, that you will like, create a Hello World class or whatever Hamza spoke about, right? Those are examples of what type of class you will create. Yes. But before you create a class, say if I come and tell you, you write a program and give me for finding two maximum numbers in a list of an arrays. Yes. You'll think first, right? How will I find two maximum numbers, right? Two maximum numbers in the list of arrays, correct? Yes? Each one of you? And what you'll do, you will have some logic in your mind where you are going to write it as a program. So that is your blueprint. Now you have to make sure how many variables are you going to use. What are variables? Places where you are going to store the data. Yes, correct. Now those places that you have stored your data, how are you going to utilize that data is what you will write, and how you're going to print the expected outcome that you are going to write it in your method. So what is it going to be? That is going to be your behavior. Yes. Those who are not able to relate, can you please let me know? Or you want me to explain you? I can show it to you code wise also, but I want you to first understand the concept. Are we good with this one? Now, you have created a structure. You have mentioned the type of storage that you want. You have mentioned how you're going to access those variables, as well as, how you are going to write a logic in that in particular function or method to get the expected outcome. Now, how are you going to access this class? You've written it out, right? You know the structure, correct? Yes. Okay. There are series of houses made, say some 100 of them, and I ask you to go and pick some. Say for example, I ask you to go and pick a cup from one of the houses. How would you know from which house to pick it up? Anyone can give it a try? How will you know from which house to pick that cup?
From the address,
From the address. Or if it's a society, from the,
the name of the society.
I give you the name of the society. I don't give you the number of the house number. Can you pick up the cup and bring it to me?
I
No,
if
right?
it's okay,
No, I have to give you a house number, right?
yeah,
Yes, house number will become what? An object. An object to access that particular structure, which is your class. Yes. So what is your house number? That is an instance. We also call it as an object. So what is the definition of an object? Instance of a class. Getting it? Alika, getting it or not? You look so confused now.
No, yeah. I think that's what Raja said.
You want a little more explanation, anyone? Adiba? I think, yeah. Sakya and Selena, anything else? You okay if I call you Noor?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Noor, any questions on this? You want me to
No,
explain further?
no, all good.
All good? I did not hear Farhan. Akil, anything?
So far, no.
Okay, then we'll go into the definition now. You got what a class is, you got what a variable is, you got what a function is, and now you got what a object also is, right? Now let's go into the definition of it. I'll read it very fast for you, as already I think Raja has already explained it, right? So what is a class? Is a blueprint or prototype for creating object, providing initial values for the variable state and implementing behavior, right? Okay, now syntax will be yours simple. You have an access modifier, you have a class and the class name. Now you'll ask me what an access modifier is. I'll tell you that. I'll explain you also later. But now you understand that there is an access modifier. Generally, you will see it as public. If you would have seen in our Eclipse, when we created a default class, it came over here as public. Yes? So what is the syntax of class says? You have an access modifier. Then you have your keyword class, and then the name of the class that you want to put. When I'm keeping it like this in this brackets, it is just a variable in a sense, you can put any name for it. For example, if you want to put it like, yeah, the classy example that goes everywhere, hello world, right? Yes. And then in Java, when you create a class, you should have opening as well as closing braces. Now, this access modifier is giving you error because access modifier is the name for the type that we use, but actually access modifiers are either your public or, you can have private Or if you don't give, it will go as default. Another one is your protected. And if you don't give it, what will it go as? Default. I'll explain you all these levels also and how they are being accessed. But now you understand access modifiers are of 4 types: public, private, protected, and default. When you do not give anything, it is known as default access modifier. Okay? Okay. Moving on. Now, you have, so this is your syntax for it. Now, in this, you can have whatever you want. You can have variable types. You can have your functions also into it if you want to keep it. And then you can create it. Now, let me remove it from here. Otherwise, it will give us a error every time. Yeah. Now, object. What is object? Is a software bundle of related states and behaviors. Software objects are used to model the real world object. It is an entity that is variable in method. Class name, object name is equal to new class name. So what is it? It is also a variable and a method. Software objects are used to model the real world object. Sorry, and it is an entity that has variable and a method. Sorry, my bad. It is an entity that has variable and a method, and software objects are used to model the real world object. So as I told you, right? Wait, let me just open. I create it and show it to you. Create it and show it. Okay. So object is a software button. So now an object, right? Let me show it to you. Now this is your class where you have written one piece of code. Okay, let me create another class for you for all the examples. So you have int. I'm just giving a variable name, okay? For now, okay. Now, here, we'll talk about this also. I'll explain you what this is. Now, I've given a number. Your class can also have your function. Now, you have a function over here, right? Add two numbers. You're seeing it? Now, these add two numbers, how do I access this add two numbers? See, let me run it for now. And you let me know if you can see anything on the console. Can you see anything on the console?
No.
No. Why? Anyone? Why can't you see anything on the console? I have given a system.out.println, right?
Because it's the method is not been called inside the main class.
Okay, let me call the method. It's giving me error. What is it saying? Change two numbers to static. What else? What I need to do? I just now explained you, right? If I ask you to bring a cup from one of the houses without giving you the house number, will you be able to access it? See, someone has to point you somewhere, right? Then only you can reach to a particular address. In real life also, correct? If I don't point you to a man, give me 1 second, guys. Huh? Okay. So if I don't give you the address, will you be able to reach at a particular point? Which place are you guys located at? Anyone will do. City? Which city are you guys in?
Yeah.
Okay. If I just tell you go and find Alika in particular city, will you able to find him?
Need some
Huh?
direction.
You need some direction. What does Alika has to provide you? A proper location? And these days to be very specific Google location. Yes. Easy to access, easy to find him. So for your methods, for your classes also, you can understand it like this, okay? There's a heap of elements, okay? Generally we call it heap only even in Java, okay? Whenever you store an element, it is called as a heap. Now there's a heap of elements and you have to find something. How many of you watched Harry Potter? Anyone Harry Potter fan? Each one of you watched it? Let me assume each one of you have watched it. So there is this last part of the movie where he goes to find the cup, okay? Now that cup, the moment Ron touches it, everything starts getting converted into a huge pile of same similar type of cup, right? Yes. And that becomes like a heap, a whole storage of mountain. Now that mountain, you have to find something. So same way, when you create a class, that particular element, the number that you created, the data type, int and int, those two values are stored somewhere in that heap. Yes. Now to find that element, you need particular location. What will happen now? You need to create an instance of that particular class in which that element is. So say for example, if I write it like this, okay? Let me give it some name. Let me give it EC. New. Now see, you have given this EC, okay? What you have given? Place where this example class is created. Now if you call with EC, your method, it will not give you error. Because EC is pointing you to add two numbers. Okay? You guys look as if you are very much confused. Alika, any confusions?
No.
Noor?
No.
Let me run it now. What is the answer? 8. Why? But I stored over here 34 and 45. Why is the answer 8?
You're not using the numbers.
Numbers, yes.
Yeah.
These numbers, right? So what it did, even though I stored 34 and 45, the moment this method went ahead, it gave me printed N1 and N2 without storing it anywhere. It is storing this one N1 and N2. Now if I just replace it here, right? Let me change it here. Now what is coming? 79? Yes?
Yes.
The reason is, see, I've created 4 variables here, which you have not noticed. These are your 2 variables, int number 1 and number 2, right? Also here, I've created 2 more variables, int n1 and n2. Though I'm putting these values over here, I'm storing these values over here, but your add to number method is not utilizing these 2 values, right? Correct? Which values it is utilizing? N1 and N2. Yes? So if I change it from here, let me put it here like this. What is it giving? Now, can someone tell me the outcome? Now tell me, what are these two print statements going to print?
It will print the 79.
Okay. And second one?
The second one would be it will still print the 79. I know.
Else?
The
So Adiba said both will print 79. Noor?
Yes.
What will it?
79 and 8.
79 and 8? Okay. Raja?
Put 79.
Both 79? Alika?
Yeah, both 79.
Hamza?
Both 79.
Okay. Selena? Fine. Noor, why did you thought that the second statement will print 8? Noor?
Because I thought it takes the number 3 and 5.
Yes. Now see what will happen. Now this number 3 and 5, right? When you call this add to numbers, it'll go to add to numbers. It'll go to 3, it'll place here, it'll store 3 in N1, 5 in N2. But you also see that N1 is equal to what? Number 1, not equal to, sorry. N1, we are assigning the value of number 1, right? So what will happen now? This 3 will be replaced with this value, which is your 34. Yes?
Yes.
Yes. And then N2 will have what?
45.
45? Yes. So now N1 plus N2, that will become 79? Both 79. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Let's move on. So now see, an object has three characteristics. One is a state, another one is behavior. What is happening when? Okay. One is state, another one is behavior, and third is an identity. Okay. Now core methods. Now, how do you recognize that you're writing a method? There is a there is a syntax for writing method also. Now, you have access modifier, you have return type, you have method name, and then you have the list of arguments. You see over here, we have what? Access modifier. This is your return type. Return type is something. What type of value are you returning? If you're not returning anything, then the return type is what? Void. Okay. And then add two numbers and the arguments. Number of arguments can vary. Type of arguments can vary. Okay. Now, let us go. I'll explain you more. We'll talk about this, but right now just understand the syntax of methods. Okay. Example of methods, you have this find odd even numbers. It is loading again. Yeah. So if you see, you have this odd even number and you can do it. Okay. Variable. Now variable is a names a storage that a program uses. Each variable has a specific type which determines the value that can be stored within it and the operation that can be applied to it. User must declare the variable before using it. Okay, fine. Variables, a variable can be declared using the 8 primitive data types. What are data types in Java? What is a data type?
The integer, string, the long.
Okay. But what do you understand by data type?
It describes how the data inform the form of the data, so
Okay.
that
Form of
you
the
can
data.
use
Yeah.
it.
Correct. So there are 8 primitive data types in Java. What are they? Byte, short, int, long, float, double, char, or boolean. Right? Now everyone knows if it is a number, it goes into what? Int.
Int.
Okay. And what else? Long and float? Can it go there?
Long float double.
Hmm?
Long
Long,
float double.
long float double. What else? Can it go in byte? Can it go in byte? Hmm? Okay. You tell me what is the difference between byte, int, short, long, float, double, char, or boolean? Except for the type of data that they store.
The memory it takes.
Right? The memory it takes, right? The amount of space that it takes. Yes? So byte will take how much?
8 bits.
Bits. And int? 2 bytes?
Is 16 bits.
16 bits. 16 bits. Same way you have for everything, and in this PPT, I think it will be covered up. Okay. But do remember, Boolean takes only two things, that is your true and false, right? Then characters, it will have your char values. Okay. Double, long, float, they all will have numeric, but in long and double, the storage space will increase, and float and double will have your decimal places. Even if you pass a value 3 in float and double, it is going to come as it is going to be printed with what? 3 point something something, right? Yes. So these are your data types and the variables, also the variable types. Now declaring a variable only reserves a name and some memory for it, whereas initializing the variables gives the variable a value. So if I give only int number 1, you have seen in the code, right? I gave over here in the first place int number 1, right? So what did it give? It gave only on your memory, it allocated only space. Okay. Yes. See, you should consider your memory like your house. Okay. Now, if I bring a new chair, if I just say that I'm going to place my dining table over here, right? Correct. I'm just making it sure that my dining table space is reserved. Correct. Yes. Now, the amount of space that you have, based on it, you decide what size of a dining table can you order, right? If you don't have enough space, can you fit a 6-seater in it? Hmm? Can you or can you not? Oh, right. So based on this space, you have to decide what type of data you require. Now for this also in Java, they have given you this concept of casting. Okay. In real life, you can't do casting, but in Java, you can do casting. You can fit bigger values into smaller data types. Okay. We'll talk about casting later. Now, moving on, what do you have here? And again, switch. Something wrong. Now, syntax for declaring and initializing a variable: data type, variable name, value 1, variable 2, value 2. Okay. Now, this is like whatever variable type you want. Okay. Int, and then some name and the value that you store. And then again, the variable name. So see, I have stored it like this. I declared over here it like this, right? But if you look at the syntax, what it's saying, int number 1. Okay. I could have also done it like this. Okay. Comma, number 2. If not number 2, let me put number 3. Or I can put it like this. Sum of two values. Yes. If I want, I can initialize the value that in the starting the value is 0. Okay. So these are the different ways of declaring the data types. Okay. Now you also have care. If you want, you can store it. Okay. Care. Then you have short, sh. Then you have byte. Then you have long. Anything that I missed? Boolean. Yes. Now let's do something. Let's make it number 3 so that it doesn't come like that. Okay. What do you think the default values will be? Any idea anyone has? Shall I execute it so that you can see, or let me do one thing. We'll put it like this, okay? See the default values. What is it for int? Guys, what is it for int? 0. Does char has any default value? Hello? You guys can hear me, right?
Empty string, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Empty string. How about short? 0. Yes, byte 0. So these are the default values of all the variables that you take up. Okay, whenever you create any type and if you give the default values, these are the default values. Okay, remember them, especially for the Boolean part. Okay, yes, okay, let's move on. There are 3 types of variable in Java which we see. One is instance, one is local or local variable, another one is class or static variable. Now, instance variable, a non-static variable that is declared inside the class but outside the method. A variable declared inside method constructors or blocks. A variable that is declared as static and that cannot be local. Okay, fine, we'll talk. Now, see here. Class A, int data is equal to 50. This is what your instance variable. Static int m is equal to 100. Now, when I keep this keyword static, it becomes what? Static variable. Okay. Void method and some inside it variable that becomes your local variable. What do you understand by all these things? Any questions on this? What do you understand by these, Noor? Anyone?
I think it's a variable scoping, whether we are scope it locally or globally mistaken.
Yeah, that is one. Another one? Okay, I'll go ahead. See, generally what happens whenever you declare a variable, it's called your instance variable only. Okay. Now, the difference between a static or a non-static, the variables in front of which you have not returned the static keyword, those are called what your non-static variables. Okay. So whatever we have declared so far are all your what? Non-static variables. Okay. What does static means? How does a static make a difference? Can someone tell me? Now, I'll give you one example. Static has something to do with your memory space.
Static, I think we use for generally across all the classes, like a fixed value. Like for example, the name of Collabra, and then we have multiple students right now here. So we might have different names, so it's a non-static variable for names. Like for example, we are sitting in the class under Collabra, then we might use static because it's only one name, so we're using across many instances. If it makes sense.
Okay. Anyone else? Adiba?
Okay, so from my understanding, static is just belongs to the class. The variables is belong to the class only. Static. I'm not sure. There's more to it. But I think it just means that the variable in the class, there will be just one copy for it.
Anyone else?
For static, you don't need to create instance to access the attribute or the method.
Man, does anybody know how do you access a word in Mac? I can show diagrams to you so that you can relate it in better way. Anyone has any idea? I don't have a word pad over here. I'm 100% sure. Okay, let me search it how to use it. Otherwise, we'll use something online and I'll show it to you. No. Let's see.
Well, maybe you can use Google Sheets.
Google Sheets.
I mean Google Docs, sorry, Google Docs.
Google Docs.
So, yeah.
Man, this is too much. Anywhere else?
I noticed that you have Pages app. I guess you can use that.
I'll see. I think if I have something online also, I'll just edit it. Wait, give me a second, okay?
Okay.
And I have online with me. I'll just edit it. Okay, good. Let's do here. Okay. Do you see any shapes?
You can go insert drawing.
Where?
Insert out of the
Here?
tab. You see insert.
On the menu bar, there's four. Yeah.
Uh, that's weird.
No. Let's see if it allows me to do something. Got it. Finally. Okay. Okay. Let me assume this is your memory block. Okay? Right? Now, when you're creating a class, let us assume this one of your structure Okay, that's one. Let us say this is your one of the classes that you're defining. In this class, you are having these are your storage spaces, or you call them variable. Okay, let me create two variables. We created int number 1 and number 2. So let me create these two variables. Now, when you create an instance of a class, right? And let me create one method also. Let us assume this is your method. Now, when you create an instance of a class, what will happen is, let's not this one, wait. When you create an instance of a class, what will happen? There will be something which you're creating and you're pointing it to your class. You're getting it till here? Everyone?
Yep.
Yes? Now, these are your normal non-static variables I'm talking about. Okay? When you create a static variable, what will happen? Or when you create another instance of class, what will happen? Now, say right now, I have created only one instance of my class. You see, over here, I have only one instance, which is your EC. Now, if I want to copy paste, I want to create another instance of a class. Let me name it some second instance. Okay, second instance or second object of a class. Now, what will happen? Another instance of the class is created, but it is still, but this instance is still pointing to where? Where will it point to, guys? The class itself?
The memory.
Yes, the class itself. Now, this is up till where we created only class. We created an instance of the class. Now we'll talk about is static variables. Now, what will happen with the static variables is you have created these two variables over here. Let me create one static variable. Let's assume this is our static variable. Now, this is your static variable which has been created. Now, what will happen with your static variable is when you create an instance of a class, right? Or when you create an instance of a class, you will have a copy of this created. Wait, let me just do a control. You'll have a copy of everything created, but except your static variable. Getting it?
Yeah.
Everything will be copied. Okay, you will have a copy of entire class with you, another class, same copy of another class. Okay, so if I say you will have a copy of the same class over here, okay, stick to same class. Let me just push it here a little bit. When I create a second instance, let me delete this one, and you will have this one. Oh, it is getting dragged. You will have everything created, but you have to share this particular instance. I'm putting it outside. It will not be outside. It will be still in your class, but you have to share this variable because it is what? Static variable. Getting it? And what are these? These are your instance, or you can call them a non-static variable. Yes? Right?
Yep.
Yeah. Now, what is
Yeah.
a local variable? I create one more variable which is inside my function. Now, what will that give me? The scope of that variable is going to be only here inside this particular function. Okay. Every time you run this function, this scope will be limited. This local variable is going to stay inside the function itself. Now you got three different type of variable: instance or non-static variable, local variable, and static variable. Static variable, once you make a variable static, you have to what an n number of instances you create of the class, but you have to share this particular variable. You will not have any more space or memory allocated to this particular variable. Now, this is one good practice. Why do we use static in coding? Because it will take less number of space onto your storage, right? Yes?
Yes.
Anybody has questions here?
Yes.
Now there's one more, but see, you might have seen that, when you you can also make a method also static. Okay. That is another concept that we'll cover in future. But now you got right. Why do we use all these things? Why do we use a static? What is instance variable and what is local variable? Yes? Hamza, any
Memory.
questions? Yeah, Raja, go ahead.
Is it for memory management?
Yeah, it's for memory management. You can use a static for memory management. Generally, say, I'll tell you what, in coding, how will you use it, or in your programs, how will you use it is, for example, when you're using Selenium automation testing, you're doing, right? What is the first purpose of Selenium automation testing? You want to launch your web browser, right? Yes? Anyone? Right? In automation testing, we generally launch the web browser when you're doing web testing. No idea? You need a break? Is it too much?
No, I'm cool at this point in time. Not
How
sure
about
about this.
others? Guys, you
Yeah,
guys
I'm
are
okay.
not talking. Until you don't speak, how would I know you are there also or not? Your cameras are also not on. I know few of you have issues with cameras, but at least turn on your cameras. Akil, Noor, Alika. You guys can try turning on your cameras, right? Okay, so I'll explain you static. So basic purpose of static is when you're writing a piece of code that you want to access, right? From other packages or from other classes also, you make it generally static so that you don't have to create an instance of the variable instance of class every time. Okay. So what will happen when you create an instance of a class? Every time you create an instance of a class, a copy of that class is created. Yes. So imagine if you're calling that browser, you have hundreds of test cases, and for each test case, you are launching the code of sorry, you're calling the code of launching the web browser, right? What will happen? 100 instances of your class will be created. What do you think? Will it happen, Raja? No, I think you're blank. Okay, let me explain you. Okay, let me put it in an example. Okay, let's assume this. Every time you make a transaction, every time you want to deposit money, the bank comes and tell you for every deposit you require a new bank account. What will happen? How many bank accounts will you have?
This one?
So many? For every deposit you make, you have to create a new bank account,
No, just one.
right? So what will happen? You will have different bank accounts. And when you have different bank accounts, how many, just assume if it is a physical storage, right? Not a virtual one. If it is a physical storage, you're occupying a lot of memory for it, a lot of space for it.
Yeah.
Yes? Yes. So what now that if I tell you you have only one bank account where you can deposit, you can withdraw, what will that become? It will be something which you can utilize from anywhere, right?
Hmm.
Yes. So that bank account of yours becomes static. Okay. Now it is not utilizing your much of memory, but you can access it from anywhere. So these days you see how many options you have. You can access your bank, online banking, mobile banking, and you can also go to the bank and use it, right? Initially, there was only one option, but now this access can be done in 3 different ways. So same way in Java, you have a memory space. When you're creating an instance of a class, every time you copy the same class, right? So every time the number of variables that is it has. Now you imagine 2 int variables means how many? 16 byte, 16 byte, 32 byte every time. If you make copies of it every time, how much byte it will be? If you make 10 copies of it, 320 bytes. Yes, instead of this 320 bytes, if I just make them static, how many I'm going to use? Only 16 bytes every time. Yes. So this is where your static keyword is used. It's with variables. I'm not talking about methods yet. Okay. Okay. Any questions here, guys?
So
Uh,
for
yeah, can I
Yeah.
confirm that based on this, you mean that the static variable is more efficient than the non-static one?
Yes, definitely.
Okay. Understood.
Yeah. I'll show it to you in the code also. Wait, let me give you one example. Okay. Mm. We're not printing anything, so it's not giving us anything. Okay. Let me just create a copy of this one. Or just let me put it like this. Let's create another one. Now see, if I create a let me now see which one I'm able to access here. Number one, right? Right?
yeah,
See it here, right? But if you see, I've declared number two as a static variable, right? See, I don't require to create an instance of this particular class to access this number two. Why? Because it is a static variable. I just inherited this class This extends means I'm inheriting. This is my parent, this is my child. So I'm inheriting this class and I can directly use number 2 without creating this one. So if I remove this also, there is no issue. Or let me comment it out. There is no issue with calling this particular variable. Okay, you get it? Now what will happen? If say for example, you have a value over here, which is, you know the value pi, right? Yes? What
Yeah.
is the value of pi?
Three
3.14
point.
something?
um,
Yeah, let me make it float. Get a data. Add cast to float. Change pi to double. Okay, let us make it double. Now see it's giving here error. Now see, here it's already giving you error. Number 2 is equal to, there is no number 2. Now, if you just want to use this pi to calculate something, pi, say for example, you want to calculate some value. Int value is equal to pi into 12. Yeah. See this? You can utilize this pi value, right? You don't have to declare it here again and again, correct? Yes? So what's the
Yeah.
profit in Java? Now see, for example, in your banking system, yes, you have, in your banking, you have got the interest rate as fixed. Yes? What if the interest rate is fixed? So what will happen then? What will happen?
We'll create just one static
You create
variable.
one static variable and you just say the interest rate is fixed. Now the profit of it is anybody who is making changes to the code also cannot change this, because if that variable is defined static, and also if you create it in a way that you know you cannot access it, then definitely what you can do, nobody can change that value for you, right?
Yeah.
What if every time someone goes and change the value of your interest rate? What will happen? Every time we'll get different calculations,
Yeah. Possible.
right? Anyone else who has question around this? Adiba?
No, I think no, but do you share your screen or you just stop your
No, I
share?
stopped sharing it. I'm going to
Okay,
give you a 15 minutes break and then we'll come back and resume it, okay?
okay.
That's why I stopped sharing it. Okay. Then we'll take a 15 minutes break. Back in 15, or let's be back in 20 minutes, okay? Fine?
Okay, Santa. Yeah. Bye.
Bye. Hey guys, are you back?
Yep.
Yep.
I mean,
Yes.
Okay, everyone?
Yes.
Okay,
Yep, ready.
so let's start again. Let's resume from where we left. Okay, now there are few keywords in Java, okay, which you need to know. And why do you need to know them is because we give variable names, right? You give all these variable names, right? What if you end up giving one of the variable names, same name as a keyword? Will it work? Hmm?
it won't. It won't.
It won't work.
It won't, right? See, if I give over here from pi, if I change it to public, will it work?
No, it won't be because it's a reserved keyword, right?
It's a reserved keyword, right? So you should be aware about the keywords that you have in Java. Okay. Now, I think few of them you're already knowing, like public, private, protected, static, final, int, all your data types. Then you have try, catch, final, right? All these are keywords which you need to know so that you don't utilize them as a name of a variable. Now, coming to data types. As I already told you, right? Data types specify the different size and values that can be stored in variable. There are two types of data types in Java. Primitive, Boolean, char, byte, short, int, long, float, and double. Non-primitive, classes, interfaces, and arrays. We'll talk about them. Now, primitive data types, byte. Byte is what? 8-bit integer, default value 0, range is -128 and 127. Byte A is equal to 100. Okay, so in this PPT, you will see down, you have short 16-bit integer, int 32-bit integer, long 64-bit integer, float again 32, double 64, Boolean data type of 1 bit, and char is what? 16-bit Unicode character. Now, typecasting. We spoke about typecasting, right? When two data types are compatible with each other, the value of one data type is assigned to other, which is called typecasting. Now, typecasting is of two types, implicit typecasting and explicit typecasting. What do you mean by implicit typecasting? Can someone tell me? Anyone?
I'm not sure whether right, but implicit typecasting is you're casting a type from a lower memory level to higher memory level.
Okay.
And explicit is the other way around.
Explicit is the other way around. Okay.
Yeah.
So if you see on the screen, you'll see implicit means from byte to short, short to int, log, float, double. But it also says they should be compatible because this all will store some sort of value which is numeric, right? That's the reason you can do a casting on this, typecasting on these. But can you do it from char to int?
No.
No. And can you do it from Boolean to long?
No.
No. Why? Because these are not compatible data types. So byte, short, int, long, float, and double, they are compatible because they will hold some sort of numeric value, right? Only the thing is the size they will have stored in the memory will be different for each of them. Now, implicit byte, it has a smaller value. It can be, you can always save a smaller box into a bigger box, right? Yes.
Yeah.
You've seen
Yep.
those, you have seen those videos, right? Where they put 1 box, 2 box, 3 box in a different present when they pack it, right? You open a bigger one, then you find a smaller one inside it, then find a smaller one, then find a smaller one, and then the smallest one, right? So same is called your implicit typecasting. Bigger value can hold the smaller value, but what if you wanted the vice versa? Smaller value to hold the bigger value. What will you do? That type of casting is called your explicit typecasting. And how do you achieve it is, so say for example, you want to store a double value into a float. How do you do it? Let's go here. Let me change this one so that it does not give us any error. Okay. Now this is double. Let me put like this. Number 1, you have to assign a value of sum to it. So what is it giving you? See here. Add cast to int, change type of number 1 to double, change type of sum to int. Now we are trying to do casting. So for casting, you have to specifically define or explicitly define what type of value you are going to store it into. So this process of writing the variable type in front, the data type in front of your variable is known as what? Explicit typecasting. Okay?
Are you sharing your Eclipse?
You're not able to see it?
Yeah, no.
Okay, sorry. Now are you able to see the Eclipse?
Yeah.
Okay, so what I did, I'll show you. So see here. Number 1 is of what type? Int. Yes? Now number 1 will have how much space? Let me put it here. Number 1 will have how much space? 32-bit integer? Yes? Double will have how much? Greater than what is what an int is holding? Yes? Correct? Now, if I want to store number 1, store this value of sum in it. Sum is your double, right? This is double. So what is it giving me? It's giving me 3 options. Either I can change the type of number 1 to double. Let me try that. Let me click on this. Now this is double. You can store double into double. Yes? Guys, you're here till here with me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, if you want to, if now, or it says change the value of sum to int. Okay. No, I'm not going to do anything. I don't want the data types to be changed. What I'll do is I'll do explicit casting. I'll just put like this in front of it. I'll make sure that now this sum knows the value is going to get converted into an integer type and then get stored into number 1 variable. Yes. So this is called your explicit typecasting. Getting it?
Yeah. Got it.
Let's move on. The definitions. Widening or implicit conversion takes place when 2 data types are automatically converted. This is possible. Give me 1 second, guys. 1 sec. Okay. Yeah. So implicit or widening conversion, widening or implicit conversion takes place when 2 data types are automatically converted. This is possible when 2 data types are compatible. The value of a smaller data type is assigned to a bigger data type. Conversion of a numeric data type to a char or boolean is not supported. Users have to perform narrowing or explicit conversion to assign the value of a large data type to a smaller data type. This is useful for incompatible data types when automatic conversion is not possible. Okay. Now, coming down, operators. Okay, I'll go fast with this. If you have any questions, you can stop me and ask. Okay. Operators are special symbols that are used to perform specific operation which return a result. They're taken from other languages and they behave as expected. They can be categorized into following groups: arithmetic, unary, relational, shift, bitwise, logical, assignment, and ternary. Now, the important ones that you need is arithmetic, you all know, plus, minus, multiplication, division, reminder, increment, and decrement. Now, this plus, plus, and minus, minus, I'll give you an example for it. Say, for example, you write number 1 is equal to number 1 plus 1. This thing can also be written as okay. What does plus plus mean here? Sorry, here 1. What does plus plus mean here? Incrementing by 1. Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
So now the value that is over, the value that is stored over here is number 1 is 48. So number 1 is equal to number 1 plus 1. What value will go here?
49.
And what will come over here now?
50.
50. Yes. Same way, if you're going to do it like this, what will happen? It'll become 49 again.
Yeah.
You're assigning it. But say, for example, for my logic purpose, I'm not assigning it. Now what will happen? What will be the value that is stored in number 1?
Still same.
50, right?
Yeah.
Yes?
No, I think it reduced to 49.
Okay.
I'm not sure. Sorry for that.
Let's see. Thank you, Didi. No, it'll not, because you're not assigning the value. You're not storing back to the integer, sorry, variable. It will only in the case when you're talking like this. Something like this, right? I forgot. Even I forgot. I think it should, I don't know. Okay, I'll check and let you know. Or we can take an assignment on this and we can try it on our own, okay? Each one of you try it so that you can do it. So plus plus, minus minus, and then Boolean value inverter, okay? Operators, double quote is equal to, okay? When you use a single double, when you see you use a single equal to, this is your assignment operator, guys. Okay, don't take it that you're comparing it. When you're comparing two values, it will be your equal to operator. You have to use it twice. Okay, and then this is not equal to, greater than equal to, less than equal to. We'll have examples for this where you can compare it. Sign left shift, sign right shift, unsigned right shift. This will not need much. Bitwise operator, unary, bitwise and, bitwise or, bitwise or. Okay, now conditional, yes, you will need it, and, or, and ternary. Now first one, and. What do you mean by and condition? What do you mean by and conditions? When will you use this one?
Fulfills multiple conditions.
When you have more than one condition to check, right? And you have to make sure this and this both should be true, both should be false, or both only when both are true, then your the logic should work inside it, right? Or whatever code you have written. For
Yeah.
example, when you try to withdraw money from a ATM, right? Your, first of all, not only your card should not be expired, also the OTP should be, sorry, the PIN code should be, sorry, the code should be correct, right? The PIN, the card PIN. Yes?
Yep.
If any of the condition fails, say for example, if you entered a wrong PIN, will the money come out?
No.
And also, if your card is expired, will the money come out?
No.
No. So, and is the condition where both the conditions should be true for your logic to work. But say, for example, if I tell you that, if the card is expired, but you have entered a correct PIN and the number should come out, what it should be? Or any one is true? Yes? Or let me put it like this. Say, for example, for getting a job, you should either have one certification or you should clear this training. So what will happen now? If you have the certification, do you require to clear this training too?
No.
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 But what if you have cleared this training but don't have that certification? You will get a job then also?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. But what if both the condition fails? You don't have the certification, you don't have the training, then
You cannot.
you
One.
cannot. So that is where your or condition will come into picture. Now, ternary is something which you use for writing your if and else condition. Okay. I'll show you that with an example also, but you'll not need it much. It is generally used for programs where they try to confuse you. But it is basically written like this. Let me tell you. For example, flag equal to, what is it? Yeah. So I think it will be true, and then you have your false, something like this. But I'll show you it in a program tomorrow. Okay. So let me just make a note. I have to show you ternary tomorrow in a program. Okay. Now let's go ahead with others. Okay. Assignment equal to plus equal to the one that we were seeing, right? Number one, which I was telling I forgot how to write it. So plus equal to, if you just write like this, again, it's left operand with right operand, assign the value to the left operand. Yeah. I think it should work. Yeah. Now what will happen if this number will be increased by 1? Yes. Okay. Now same thing, minus equal to division and remainder. Okay. Now coming down, condition true, false, yes, correct. Condition or ternary, shorthand, if then else statement and control statements. Let's come down to control statement. But before that, let me see if I have any program for you for basic. Yes, you have. Yep, I'm pinging this. Can you try these 2 programs in next 20 minutes? They're not very tough, I think. Go ahead, guys. Next 20 minutes, please try this program. You want me to show you how to create a project and a class or something? Anybody who needs to understand that?
Yes. I
Yes?
need. Yep.
Okay, fine. So what you do first is, let me just close this one. So you open your Eclipse. Once your Eclipse is launched, if you do not have a workspace, but generally it will launch with a workspace, you go to File, click on New, create a normal Java project. Okay? Give any name. For example, if you're doing your work and you want to share it with me later, you can say day 1 Noor works. Okay? And then you will have an JRE. You just see whatever is here, and you don't have to create a module. Just uncheck it and just create finish. Okay. Once you create finish, I don't want you to create anything in the default folder. So what you do, go to SRC. Inside that, create a new package. Okay. You can create a package day 1 practice. Inside this, you go right click, new, create a class. You can give the name of the class anything. For example, what is the program that is there, the first one? Java program to find sum of 2 numbers entered by user. So you can say sum of 2 numbers. Okay, one thing I'll tell you, Java is a case sensitive language, and select this public static void main because this is default you will require. Okay, so you will be having your class created. Inside this, you can create the way you want to write your program. You want to write it in one function, you want to create it within one everything, you can write it. You can write directly inside this public static void main also. But I would suggest you use variables, you use methods, and then you call that method using the instance of a class. Okay?
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
One more thing. Always remember, Java is a case sensitive language. If you give PI in smalls, you have to call it in small only. Okay. Also, when you write any variable name, always remember you have to use camel casing. What is camel casing? You know that?
Yeah.
Anyone who doesn't know? Okay. I'll assume everybody knows it. Please go ahead with these 2 programs. Okay. I'm here only if you need any help. Just call out my name. Okay. Done, guys? Hello? Hello?
Here, yeah, I'm here.
Hi team, are you there?
Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
I'm here.
Yeah. Can you hear Savita's voice?
Yes, yes.
Yep.
Okay, so I guess let's be more interactive team.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you. Savita, over to you.
Yeah. Guys, if you're done with the program, let me know.
Almost done, Savita, myself.
Others? Noor?
Still
Shiva?
doing.
Still doing it.
Okay. Okay, guys. I see most of you are have completed it. Can I see someone's code? Can you show it to me?
Yeah, can.
Share your screen, yeah.
Okay, this is my code.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Okay, and let's say if I
I can
run.
see the output. Is
Oh,
there already in console, right?
yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'm good with it. Anyone else? Noor, are we done? Noor, Adiba? Okay. Yeah, I think I got it. Fine. Okay, let's move ahead. We'll go with the control flows. Okay. Let me know when you can see my screen. Can you see it?
Yes.
Okay. Wait, let it load. Till again. Java provide control statements which can change or control the flow of a program as per the requirement that eventually provides a smooth flow for the program. So these are some of the flow statements that we are going to see. So first is, wait a second. So first is decision-making statement, second is your loop statement, and third is your jump statement. So what are the different type of control systems? One control statement, sorry, one is decision-making, another one is loop and jump statement. Now let us move on to decision-making. What is happening here? If a statement evaluates a Boolean expression and lets the program to execute a block of code if the expression is true. If a statement is false and a separate block needs to be executed with the same, else a statement can be used for it. Okay. Else if statements are used, we have multiple statements to check what after if a statement is confirmed false. In case we have a chain of statements, program may enter in a code block where the condition is true. Okay. Now the syntax for using if a statement, if condition 1, then a statement, else if condition 2, then a statement, else if condition 3, then a statement, and at the end the else statement where it says execute in case all the conditions are false. Okay. Now, example of if else, for example, you can also try this program, one of it. Just let me put it here for you in the chat. I hope all of you know how to use the if else statement, right? You can see the syntax also, it's here. Now write a program.
Yes.
Okay, write this program, please. Okay, then let's move on to next topic. Decision making statements, right? So now you have, if we have seen if else, now we have if else if a statement. Okay. Now, the first thing, if a condition is true, you go inside, you have another condition. If that condition is true, execute the statement inside it. Then you have else, where you used to execute the statement, and then you come out. Else if, you can apply here, and else. Okay. So there is another one, which is if else if statement. If you want to use it, you can use it. Now, example of if else is, this is what, again, same thing. If rank is less than 10, if rank is equal to 1, you are the topper of this class. Else system.out.println, you are in first section. Okay. So if it is less than 10, that means between what, 1 to 9. So you are in the first section, but if it is 1, then you are the topper of this class, right? Okay. Now coming down, decision making, let me just delete it. Else if, again, rank is greater than equal to 10 and all, you are in second section. Between 20 and 30, you are in third section. Else you have failed. Okay. Now, another one, decision making statements. We'll see. Switch statement contain multiple cases, which are blocks of codes. Single case is executed depending on the variable which is switched. In int, short, byte, char, and enumeration are supported data types for class variables. Cases cannot be duplicate. Now, you know how many of you use switch statements? Anyone? Guys?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So you know how to use switch statements, right?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. Moving on. An optional default statement is executed when none of the cases match the expression. Optional break statement is used to terminate the switch block when one's case condition is satisfied. So switch is used when, for example, if you have if you have uh, if you have a number where you want to see whether, say for example, if you pass this week, if you just wanted to print today is Sunday, today is Monday, today is this, and you want to give a value. Now, if someone tells the number between 1 to 7 goes with the week, first is Sunday, second is Monday, third is Tuesday, and so on until Saturday, that is 7. So what you'll do, if I enter the value 1, it should come as today is Sunday, right? Can you try writing this program on switch statement? Everyone?
Savita, can you explain back the parameters again?
Yeah, I'm explaining it. One second. I'm just typing it in the chat.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. And if there is no value, then please enter a correct value. If you enter something wrong. Okay. Please create this. Done, guys? Okay, fine. Let's move on then. Now, switch statement syntax. You have switch expression, you have case, then the value one statement, and then the break statement. Case, value one statement, and the break statement. Also, if you come down and see, there is an example for it. If you have rank one, the same example, I think for everything it is there. System.out.println, and you are the topper. Break, if you have rank two, your rank is second. And then the default is better luck next time. Loop statements. Now, loop statements are used to execute a block of code multiple times. Their execution depends on a particular condition. There are three types of loop statements in Java: do while loop, and for loop. Can anyone tell me a difference between do while and while?
While loop only execute, do while at least will execute once, and while loop can execute based on the condition.
Based on the condition, right?
Yeah.
So only if the condition is true, while loop will be executed, right? Or if you're waiting for the condition to fail and then the while loop to execute, then it will be executed. But do while, irrespective of the condition, it will at least execute once. Yes? Yes, Farhan, right.
Yeah.
In
Yeah.
a while loop, the condition is checked before in a while loop. Yeah, correct. Now, loop statement for loop. It is used to iterate a part of program several times till a condition is met. If the number of iteration is fixed, then the for loop is recommended to use. For initialization, condition, increment, decrement, code statements to be executed. Loop statement for loop: start, then you have to initialization, then you have a condition. If the condition is true, then the block of code is executed. If it is false, then it ends over there. And if the code condition is true, then you have an increment or a decrement based on whatever you are giving, right? Loop statement for loop: public class, for example, then you have system.out.println and then system.out.println. For loop, I'll give you an example. Please write a code to print a table of 9. I think you can do it. I think you can be quick, guys, in this one. You just need to write, don't write entire Java class. You can just write a function for this. Done, guys?
Yep.
Yeah, okay. Let's move ahead. Okay. Now, one is your for loop, another one is your for each loop, which is also known as your enhanced for loop. Okay. Now, this one is used in which is used on an array. Sorry, it is used on an array or on collections. What do you mean by collections? Somewhere like list, right? List, arrays, and all these things like maps and all, you will have your for each loop. Increment or decrement statement is not required here, as by default the loop will be traversed through all the elements. For data type, array name, and code statement to be executed. We'll use this, guys, okay? We'll use this during your collections, okay? Now you see, for example, here, public static void main int array 1 2 3 4 5 7 11. If you want to print this entire array, what you have to do, just give int x and then ar, and it will traverse you through the entire array list and you can print it out. Okay, so this is where your for each will loop will be used. Now, while statement, for loop, it is used to iterate a part of program several times. If the number of iteration is not fixed, then the while loop is preferred. While, if you want to see, say for example, a condition, for example, you only want to print the name of the students who have received more than 90%. So what you can do, go through traverse through the entire names, and then traverse through entire list, and then from that list you can pick up the names of the students whose percentage is greater than 90, and then you can print those numbers, right? Or if you want to print how many students have greater number, you can print that also. Yes?
Yep.
Yeah? Okay. Let's go on. Loop statements, while loop. Flow chart of while loop, start, condition. If the condition is true, go inside the code block and execute it. If condition is false, then end it. The only thing over here is you do not have an increment. So if you want to do an increment, you have to put that also as a statement inside the code block. Yes? For example, the one that you're using, I++, that you have to keep inside the code block. Now, loop statements, see here, while I is less than 6, see here, value of I, and I plus 6. So, I is equal to 0, and if you want to increment the value and validate if it is equal to less than 6, till there all the values will be printed. Yes? Coming down, do while loop. Do while loop is used to iterate a part of program several times till a condition is met. If the number of iteration is not fixed and the loop needs to be executed at least once, then the do while loop is preferred. It is also called exist control loop, as it checks the condition at the end of the loop. Now, irrespective whether the condition is true or not, this will be executed at least once. See, code block, if condition is true, condition, if condition is false, end. So this code block, once it is executed, and then they validate the condition, and if the condition is false, it is end. If it is true, then it goes again to the code block. Okay, example, look here, int I is equal to 1, while I is less than equal to 6. See, for the first time, 1 is less than equal to 6, right? Then it came over here, it printed 1, it did a plus plus, then it validated the condition. If this condition fail also, right? Say for example, if from 6 you change it to 2, or you change it to 1, right? Now I plus plus became 2. So the first time itself the condition failed, but you will have your print once, right? Yes?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. Come down. Now, loop statement comparison function for loop. It is a control flow statement that iterates a part of the program multiple times. While loop, it is a control flow statement that executes a part of program repeatedly based on given Boolean condition. It executes a part of program at least once, and the further iteration is based on given Boolean condition. When to use? If the number of iteration is fixed. If the number of iteration is not fixed. If the number of iteration is not fixed and the loop needs to execute at least once. Okay. Now parameters. For loop, you have initialization, condition, and increment, decrement, and then the code block. While loop, while, condition, code block to be executed. Do while, do, code block, and then the condition. Syntax, infinitive loop, code block to be executed, while true, then every time this will be passing, right? It becomes an infinite loop. Now, let's jump to jump statement. Jump statement or transfer statements are used to transfer control to another part of the program. Now, continue, break, and return. 3 types of jump statement, right? So the most important one that you'll see, the most important one in all this you'll see is your return statement. Okay. and we'll talk about it. Jump statement, break. Break, you see where? You used it just now. And where did you use it? With switch statements?
Case.
Yes. Oh. Yes, guys. You used it with the switch statement, right? Correct?
Yeah, we're using speech statement.
Yes. Allows premature exit from a particular block of code, commonly used to terminate a sequence in such a statement and to exit a loop. Syntax, break. Okay, example here. For int x number, if x is equal to 20, break it. Okay, you don't have to go any further. You don't have to go until it keeps on increasing. You just break the loop. Now, jump statement continue allows to skip the remainder of the loop and jump to its end, commonly used to force an early iteration of loop. Syntax continue. Let's see here. If x is equal to 25, continue. Okay. Then come down. You have written statement. Written statement is generally used with methods. Okay. Or functions. So transfer control of the program to the caller method. So when you return something, so when is it used? When you return something, where do you go? Where you are calling the function. Okay. What I mean by that is, see here. Where did we go? We created this method, right? And I told it is not having any return type. Now let me create the same method with the return type. Let me just remove s. Okay, int. The moment see I gave an int, that is, it is returning me a value of type int. It is giving me an error saying that add return statement. Now always remember, return statement will be the last statement of your method. Okay, because after this, if you write anything, okay, see, it's giving error. What is it saying? Unreachable code. Why? Because the moment you call this, the moment it sees this written statement is here, it will go back to where it has been called. For example, it will come here, ec dot add to number, right? The one which is having. So here, let me give 34 and some number random, 450. Okay. Now, what it will do? The moment this add to number is called, it will call this one and it will see this return statement. Anything after this return statement will become an unreachable piece of code. So you should always write it. Now, whatever value you're getting, you're calling it. And then if you're not storing it in the same type of value, same type of variable data type, right? Then it will be lost. So you have to store it somewhere. Then this value you can actually print it over here. Or you can directly print it without storing, but calling it inside the system.out.println. Either you pass here SR, or what you can do is whatever we have here, you can just directly call it over here and then it will print you the output. But then again, the value is not stored anywhere. Okay. But if you need it for something, you can utilize it. Okay. Got it?
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Coming down. Now, jump statement, public static void main boolean t is equal to true, system.out.println return executed. If t return nothing, compiler will bypass every statement after return. This will be becoming your not executed code, right? See, after return, what is it telling? This will become your not executed code. This is the one that will be executed, but this will not be executed. Why? Because after return, any statement that is written in a function becomes an unreachable code. Okay. Now, most important topic, object-oriented programming concepts. Do you need a 5-minute break and then come back? Guys?
I'm good. I'm good.
I'm okay.
Okay, everybody's okay, then fine. Now, object-oriented programming language model organized around objects rather than actions and data rather than logic. It simplifies software development and maintenance by providing the following important concepts: object, polymorphism, inheritance, encapsulation, and abstraction. Yes? Now, what is it? First is object, second polymorphism, third inheritance, fourth encapsulation and abstraction, right? Now, An object is an instance of a class, blueprint. It has three characteristics, state, behavior, and identity. It can be created using the method named new. Okay, I already told you, we already spoke about it, right? An object is what? An instance of a class, right? I showed you, correct?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Now, coming down to polymorphism. What do you mean by polymorphism? Most of you might be knowing the definition.
Maybe returning, let's say like a method returning a different, same name method returning a different type of data. Yeah.
What do you mean by polymorphism?
Polymorphism is a change in state of a particular variable.
See here it is written. It is the ability of an object to take many forms.
Yeah.
Yes. So the definition of polymorphism, if you read the bookish definition, it will say it is many forms. Okay. But now, how do you achieve polymorphism in Java? So that is done through two things. One is method overloading and method overriding. Never call it just overloading and overriding. What do you call it? Method overloading and method overriding. Now, what do you mean by method overloading and method overriding? Anyone?
Method overloading is we having a same method name, but returns a different data type or taking a different parameter, different type of parameters. Method overriding is we are changing a base class variable in the new child class, the value of the particular variable. I think we override the base class variable with a new, with the subclass. I think, does it make sense?
Yeah, it does. Anyone else? Hamza? Would you like
Right.
to give it a try?
What I understand is similar to what Raja mentioned. Basically, you have methods of the same name, but in each method, it has different parameters. Say, like the first set numbers, you have two parameters, but the other one, you only have one. So when you call the method, it dependent on how many parameters you actually use.
Okay. Sorry. Yeah. So see, many forms, that is polymorphism. It is achieved through method overloading and overriding. Now, first we'll talk about method overloading. So yes, same name, number of parameters might differ. The sequence of the parameters might also differ. Yes. So there can be two things. Either the number of number of parameters can differ, type of data type of parameters can differ, and the sequence of parameters can differ. How? I'll explain it to you. See, let's talk about first method overloading. Let me give you an example. Yes. See it? What is this? Same method overloading?
Yeah.
Yes? Any
Yeah.
question? Any questions here?
No.
No? Now see, over here, if you see public sum float A into B double C, based on the value that I'll pass over here, for example, let me come just make it here. See, what have I done? It is asking me to change it to what? Double into double. Yes? Correct? Or cast this argument to float if I'm using float in double. Right? Let me do it. If I'm doing this one, it's float, then I'm calling which method you're seeing it? The first one is float, second is integer, third is double. So which one will it call now? This one?
Yeah.
Yes? Yeah. So compiler, based on the value that you're passing, it will decide which method to call from over here. Now, if I remove it from here, see, it's asking me to create another method now. What method is asking me to create? Let me just click it. It will automatically create here. See, it changed it to double. Why? Because these values were coming as double. Where is the value? Okay. This value is coming as double. Yes? Okay. Yeah. So you see this mo.sum 34.598. So it asked you to change the data type to double. Now, if I don't want to change it, I know I can use over here casting. Yes? Because double is larger than float. So I just pass it like this. Yes? So this is method overloading. Now, for method overriding, you need to understand one more concept of not polymorphism, object-oriented programming, and that is called your inheritance. Method overriding can only be achieved if you have a parent class and a child class, or base class and base class and superclass. Yes? Sorry, superclass and subclass, parent and child, and base and what is it called? Subclass, I believe. Yeah. So you only have this when you have inheritance, then only you can achieve method overriding. Why? Because whatever you have in the parent class, you are going to override that particular method with your definition or with your logic. Got it? You can override it or you can add to it. For example, if you inherit something from your dad, it's up to you, right? If you want to spend it all, or you want to increase the amount that you inherited from your parents, right? Correct? That's how people are, right? Few, they just double it by anything, or few, they just even finish what they have inherited. So this is also same way. Inheritance, method overriding can only be achieved if you have inheritance. Yes? So you need to have a parent class and you need to have a child class for it. So let me just mention over here for method overriding. Let me refactor this one. Now you have a child, you have a parent. Now this child, you have to mention for inheritance, what is the keyword that you use? Extends. Yes?
Parent class name?
Yeah. You have to give the parent class name here, right? Now, if your parent class is having some method, say for example, it is having a method. Or let's do one thing. Yes, I'll just print out. I'm not calculating anything. I'm just printing out. Now, as a parent, I just want to calculate. Either I can change it, or if I want, I can keep the previous statement also and can add to this one, my own statement. Now, give me one example where this might be used in real life while coding.
Like we have a parent class animal, and maybe subclass, maybe we have a lion, or maybe we have a dog. So
That's not real world, ma. You will not write a class. You will never write a program for animals and all. Think of something which you use in every day.
oh,
Different shapes. So
What is it?
different shapes.
Different shapes. Okay.
color of cars,
Will color not be a variable? Why will be it a method? You
right?
can create a method for it, but think of something more calculative, guys. Come on, better than this you can do.
Class.
Class of everything is a class, Adiba.
No, like I mean, school classes,
Okay, school classes.
and then each classes perform different methods in it,
Mm,
and the parent will be the batch.
the only thing that changes in class, I think two factors. Two, no, three, you can say the teachers, the students, and that also the students can be added or subtracted. And the third thing is syllabus, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Anything else? Hmm? Okay. So you know the finance ministry of your country every time changes the budget, right? Yes. With every ministry, there is a budget that comes in, correct? Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah. I hope everybody gets this part, right? So there are rules that comes up with every budget. Probably the taxation rule that you pay on your salary, or the rules for a bank to provide a loan, right? Yes.
yeah,
Yes. Now, see, the base rule is for every loan that you take, there is going to be a compound interest. Compound interest formula is going to be same on the parent class level. Yes.
yes,
Yes. And something gets added to it. So your child class can inherit the parent class for compound interest formula. And on that, whatever the value is generated, can it perform some other formula and can give it to you?
I mean, depends on the scenario, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Assume that there is a change, right?
Okay,
Assume there is already a change. So for example, last year they had a policy that they removed now. Now your code is written in a way that that policy is still followed. What will the bank immediately do? It'll ask their developers to go and change that particular rule in the code or implement a new class that overrides the particular rule? Yes,
Yeah.
right? So that is what inheritance, and then in inheritance you have method overriding.
Yep.
Others get it? Alika, Noor,
Yep.
Hamza, Akil?
Yep.
Yeah? Okay. I think you guys are typing something on chat. Let me just open it. I'm not able to see it. Done. When a subclass defines a method. Okay, Farhan, correct. Yeah. One sec. Yeah. So now another thing. Give me one example of method overloading. Yeah, method overloading also. Real world. Anyone? No? Adiba, if you're talking, I can't hear you.
Sorry. For the overloading one, right?
Overloading. Yeah.
Uh, no, I'm not sure.
Okay. Um, Let me show it to you. You can see my screen, right? The Google page.
Yeah.
If I book a one-way ticket, right? What are the number of parameters that I have to give? Where, right? Say from here to here. See? And now only one date. But if I change it to round trip, how many values I have to provide here? 2? Yes? Can you see it on the screen?
Yep.
Yeah. See, for one way, you see there are only 3 parameters, your source, your destination, and the day you want to travel. But if I make it round trip, it is also asking me source, destination, the day I want to travel, and the day I want to return. So what is it? Same function, but what exactly increased? One variable of date?
Yeah. One parameter plus.
One parameter passing increased, right?
Yeah.
And based on this, it will show me the flight details, right? If I make it one way, it's going to ask me 3 variables, 3 parameters. But if I make it round trip, it is going to ask me 4 parameters. So what is this? Method overloading?
Yeah. It is. Method
Yes,
over. Yep.
Yes, it is. Yes.
right? Okay. Or you can also use this in method overriding. How? See, for example, if you just, whatever type of trip you're selecting, based on it, you know that you have a source and destination. Even if it is a return trip also, your source and destination are going to be same, right? Only thing is that they'll be vice versa. Yes? So you have one where you find the flights between these two and then the dates. So you find a flight here, you find a flight here. For both, you can use the same method, but you change a little logic for your this one, the return trip one. So you can add booking a ticket. You just make two. See, you can create two functions, okay? When you're doing method overriding, you can create a function here in this one, book a ticket. Okay, let me create here. Let's do void only for now. See, one is this way that you can use it, or another one is Yes. Now this will give me an error because, okay, let me do it right away. Now see, this is your method overloading, right? You're booking, book flight, either string source or string destination and date. So this you can at least print here. Yes, we can do it like this. Or if you want, you don't want method overloading, you can just make book flight ticket. And in that, you can just give source destination and call the same method twice. Okay, one is with two different dates. That's it. And different source and destination values. Yes, you can do that. Can
Yeah.
we do it? Yes.
Yep.
Okay. Now, this is how you achieve your polymorphism. And that involves your method overloading and method overriding. If you have any questions around this, then let me know. And guys, don't never just, whenever they ask you a question, how do you achieve polymorphism? Don't ever say loading, overloading, and overriding. It is always method overloading and method overriding. Okay? You have to make sure that you use this term method overloading and method overriding. Now, inheritance. Inheritance provides a natural mechanism for organizing and structuring classes using which subclasses inherit attributes and services from their superclass, may add new attributes and services, reuse the code in the superclass, provide a specialized behavior, overriding and dynamic binding, partially define and implement common behaviors, abstract. Okay. Okay. Now see object-oriented. Okay. Let's go to abstraction. You want more example on inheritance? I think we have used it, but only thing that you have to keep in mind is when you're inheriting the class that you uses, oh sorry, the keyword that you use is extends and then the parent class name. Okay. Now, where does you remember that static variable that we were using? Yes. Remember it? Anyone? Static keyword? Yes. Okay. Now, the static keyword of yours that can be used, mostly it is used for this thing, inheritance. How? I'll show you. Now, first thing is, say for example, you have a static int some value. Let's keep it like this. We are talking about flight, right? So let's put some today's date, some value. Sorry, today's date. See, today is 14th. Okay. Now this is your static value. This value will not change. Okay. Now this value will depend on, say for example, if I'm doing it, what is it called? System dot. Does anyone remember the function to get? Let me just put it for you. Okay. So for example, if you want to get it, you can just use that piece of code and you can get your current date for now. Now, you also know that you cannot book a ticket for previous dates, right? You can only book it for today and for from tomorrow's, right? Yes? Guys, if I don't hear a yes and no, I just feel like, I'm talking to myself. Don't make me do that.
Yes.
Yes, yes, yes.
Please reply. Otherwise, I'll feel like, I'm going crazy. Nobody's talking to me. Okay. Interaction is very important. Otherwise, how will you understand? So yeah, so if you say today's date is 14th, and I'm assuming that I picked it up from the system current date. So if you pick up system current date and it always be stored in today's date. Also, you need to have starting in system current time, right? Can you book a flight for what is your time currently in your country?
12.
42.
12:20.
4 o'clock? What is it?
12 o'clock.
12 o'clock. So you can't book a flight beyond 12, right? Or before 12, correct?
Yeah.
Can you
Yeah.
for today? No, you cannot book an 11 a.m. flight for now because your time is gone. So anything beyond 11, it will not show you now, right? Correct? Beyond 12, sorry. Anything. For me, it is 10 a.m. So anything before 10 a.m., it is not going to show. So what if I pick up today's current date and today's current time and then only I perform my search? Will that be okay? Now what will happen? If I take these values over here, I make them static. I don't have to use them every time. What I can do, I can just go to my child class and call these values over here directly. What is the parameter that I used here? Today's date and today's date. See. Yes, I can call it directly here.
Yep.
Yes. So you know the today's date, and if you want to perform any comparison, say for example, the date you are taking, for example, your to date, whatever is your to date, if that to date is greater than today's date, then only you should proceed with the booking, right? Yes,
Yeah.
is greater than or equal to, but there is one more condition over here, which is your, sorry, which is your, there will be two condition. One is this, and there will be an and, okay? And one more condition will be whatever is to your current time. Current time should be less than your booking time, right? Yes,
Yes.
correct. Then only you'll be able to go forward. So with this one, with today's date, if you make it in something where you have defined it here, you can actually use it over here to write it. I think this will be one very good example if you try to write a program for booking of flights. But I don't know how much of automation you guys are aware of. Otherwise, I would have told you to launch the code and try this out. Okay, so let's finish this OOPS concept quickly so I can show you a little bit on Selenium, because according to the timing, we have only 15 minutes left. Okay, so now another one, we have inheritance, we have done. Now abstraction, hiding internal details and showing functionality known as abstraction. For example, an employee of a company with hidden mobile number, salary, and address. In Java, we use abstract class and interface to achieve abstraction. What is an abstract class? Anybody's aware? What is an abstract class, guys?
Abstract is what you use when you want to show what you want to show and hide what you want to hide. Does that make
Okay.
sense? Okay. Yep.
Serve as a blueprint for other classes. Okay.
Yeah, like
What do you
Adiba
mean?
says, maybe the abstract class hides certain data from the users.
Okay. That is definitely does, but how do you create it? Like, what exactly is different in an abstract class and what is not in there in a normal class? Hmm?
Not sure, ma'am.
Anyone? Okay. So first thing is when you have an abstract class, right? The thing that makes a difference is first you have to use the keyword abstract. Okay. Now the keyword abstract means you cannot create an instance of this class. How do we create an instance of class? Class some variable name is equal to new class name, right?
I'm not sure, but
You can hear me, correct?
yeah, like it's broke. I mean,
Voice
it's
broke, right?
breaking.
It was
Yeah,
little
voice
unstable. That's
breaking.
why I asked you. Yeah, yeah. It was little unstable. Internet was a little unstable. That's why I asked you. Okay, let me repeat. So for abstract classes, the first thing is you will have to use the abstract keyword in front of the class name. First thing. Second thing is abstract classes cannot have an instance. Okay, right? Yes. You cannot create
Okay.
an instance of an abstract class. So for using it, you should be inheriting it, okay? And I think I'll give you some programs for object-oriented concepts and we'll cover the remaining concept tomorrow. Meanwhile, I want you to do something on Selenium. How many of you guys are aware? Like, you know how to install and everything on Selenium so that I don't have to show you? Guys? You can type on the chat also if you don't want to answer. I'm okay with that if your internet is unstable.
Not familiar yet.
But
Yeah, never downloaded before.
now I downloaded before. So it is not anything else. It's just a jar file that you need to download. Okay. Let me show you. So there is an official website for Selenium. You can see my screen.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. So Selenium, you have an official website, which is this one, Selenium. Let me go here. It's to change. Yeah, this one. Selenium.dev. Over here, since we are using Java, okay. You'll go down over here, go to downloads, select the language that you're using, Java, okay. And you see the stable version is what? 4.70. Just click here. If you see, let me hide the floating meeting controls. Yeah, if you see here, come on. Okay. If you see here, for me, it is downloaded this zip file. If I go to this folder and let me do it. What is happening? Let me just double click. Yeah, you see this one here? So Selenium Java 4.70, if you go inside it, you will see all the jar files. What you have to do is just download it. Do a right click on your testing or whatever Java project you have. Click on build path. Go to configure build path. Here in libraries, click here in class path. Add external jars. And where did we unzip it? Yeah. The latest was 4.710. You can select all the jar files. Okay. Let me select it. Let me see one thing. Okay. 1 second. Okay. You select all the jar files, whatever jar files you have, just add them. Okay. Open and apply and close. That's it. So you will see over here in your reference libraries, you have all the Selenium jar files. Yes. Okay. Now let us do one thing. I'll create another package. I know it would be difficult for you to remember the code, so let's go here. So you see here, you have this entire thing, system.set property, and then driver is equal to new Chrome driver.manage window.maximize, and then the URL that you want to give. Let me just go over here and let me copy and paste it. I'm not going to do much. Okay. Now this path, I have to check where is my Chrome driver.exe file. Okay. Wait a second, I think. Where is the server? Yeah. So this is one important that you need, okay? Even if you don't add all those, this is something that you really require. So wait, build path, configure build path. I can remove this, it's not needed. We just require the server alone for now. Let me remove everything, sorry. And let us add the server. Where did that server go? Ding, ding, ding. Yeah, this one. I was looking for this. I thought it will have it. Yeah. Now, once you have it, you hover over here. It'll ask you. It's not asking still. What is happening? Refresh. It's already there. Not coming up. I don't know, guys, why it is not adding it. Web driver. But this is the piece of code. If it works for you, just check it. Otherwise, I'll check it tomorrow why it is not working for me. It'll launch your Chrome. Okay. All you have to give on your Windows is the path of your .exe file, wherever it is. Okay.
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 So you'll be at least able to launch the Chrome
Okay.
browser. And you try looking into it, how to, set it up. And if you want a page, let me give it to you. I think it will be in the official documentation itself. And even if this document sounds to you like it's too much, what you can do is here. Yeah. You see this tutorial? It'll have how to install it. Very easy steps on your Java. No, we don't need Farhan import Chrome driver. We don't need to. You can actually import the Chrome drive, not import, you can just download and keep it also, or you can have a library also. Yeah. So you just see over here, you will have a very easy setup. Meanwhile, let me give you a few programs, write a Java program. These are practice program for today. Those who have not completed the programs for today, please ping me tomorrow your programs so that I can review it for you guys. Okay, please copy it. Once the call is over, this will stop. Automatically it will stop. Your this thing, chat and all will be deleted. So everything that is there, if you want, I can give you the programs again. Entire list of what we did today and few that I gave you randomly on the go. So you just guys can do it. Okay, please copy and save it somewhere. Otherwise, this assignment will be lost once the call is over. Any questions that you have, anything that you want me to answer tomorrow for you from the topics that we have covered up, you can ask me tomorrow morning. Okay?
Okay.
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 Yeah. Anything else?
So far, so good. Sorry, Sarita.
For those who are very new to Selenium, I know that, it can be a little challenging at this time to understand, because I also know I've gone very fast. Even if I was a fresher like you, it would have been tough for me to relate to it, the last part. Okay. But I'll explain you once again. Probably tomorrow I'll try to take some time out to show you how to do it. Okay.
Sure.
Okay, guys, then. I think we are done for the day. Okay. Have a good day, guys. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Safita.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yes, Vita. You too.